And maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for, of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all. You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself? I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what you do. What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is. This burden, I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. after those I love. And I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill. We will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
Of course. Drake's spine. The last Mother Crystal.
The Einherjar is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with Akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so. I should visit Joshua, assuming Talia will allow it.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Anything catch your eye? Seen enough?
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
Come back.
Don't tell me we've run out of Pappy nuts and all.
So what do I owe the honour? Yeah. The weight of all that shit. Clever girl, that one. What do you want? Not bad, if I do say so myself. That it? Fine.
Heard the bad news then.
What bad news?
About Dravost. Blackthorn's old hall. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things. If something ain't done
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. You reckon we should tell it?
No.
Yeah, well, I can't stand it.
With Canva in the hands of Akashic.
Don't tell me.
Oh no. I'm working on bringing it's got a reverberatory hood over the top. But let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. Only mithril engines get hotter. And you can't chuck ore in one of them. Trouble is, we won't be able. And I hear you.
If it's for the good of the...
Oh.
So,
We've got a couple of examples here.
more fallen material. So this smelter is similar to the...
That's right. And what's more, they're direct. We've collected as many as we can.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes?
That's it, and we're only 3 short, mind. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmecchia. Last one
All right then.
will do. Oh.
How was she?
This is no time to ride. Let's go. Faster! I need to deal with these ones first. Straight home now. Garuda! Now to find this spherical echo. This is it. Right then. Come on.
This won't be easy. Too slow.
Two down, one to go. Ready, go? That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now. So Dravost is still standing. For now. At least.
If you can swing a hammer, you can
Would you like to see my wares? Certainly. Go safely now.
Clive!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris's scout. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. Enough for the villagers to barricade himself.
Well done.
Welcome back. I'd never have guessed, you know. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravost would turn out to be the realms keen to help us out?
I am.
Thought you could sneak off without me, did...
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best. For the village and that.
I did, but that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, he left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravost, barring himself. Bloody stupid tradition in my bit. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to... Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about...
So you're wasting half of mine instead?
You're what Dravost needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to I may be a selfish prick, but
What you had to do was your...
even if it meant we all...
Enough. You can finish beating each other up once Dravost...
Fine. I've said my piece in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have... Short enough on time. Still, give us a mo, would you? You,
We can't afford to wait.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with... Don't want any nasty surprise. Oh, and... Blackthorn.
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls. They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I...
Well, let's hope you don't. Once the scouts are inside, order your men. No heroic last stands, you hear me?
August's right. I've seen what Akashic beasts can do to armor.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left.
And if they kill you?
You evacuate, but it won't come to that. Take good care of Drav.
Leave it to me, and...
All right. Which one of you's first? Nice try.
Is that it? Apparently not. You're not getting past me.
question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
I slew as many as I could.
As many as I could, he says. The old bleeding lot, more like it.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall.
Good.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later.
Sid! Enough to give those Akashic monsters night. But mostly...
I'm afraid I've only delayed the as now getting rid of that ether, meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up...
And that's if the flood don't spread. I hate to say it, but the village's days...
That may be, but with ether floods springing up all over, it's no less... We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up...
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when dropped, so...
I shouldn't have stayed away so long.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. I always envied you. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you, and from that day on I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally. Something we can... I hope you see the sense of it eventually.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but our work used to be the pride of doubt now. We churn out the same rubbish day after. It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths have made. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead the average castle apprentice has as much passion for the... Come back to us, Blackthorn. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same...
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I... There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down. But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft.
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in.
I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well.
Even better than I...
Sid, I've got...
And this is?
A token of a... But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from...
Now, hold on, Zoltar. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not... I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to own it. But the engravings on that thing, and they're not just for show.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravost in the first? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the...
You know what? Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tool.
With a little help from Blackthorn.
I'll tell you what, Clive. If we pull this off, it will ruin every other sword you've ever held.
Come back.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts.
We were just about to make a start on that.
It's funny, but none of this... You remember Camille? We'll be using his level work. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the... And that whetstone from the Outer Isles? And the final flourish will...
A team effort, led...
Now, save that talk to the thing. Right.
onto the bellows of it. A sword to end all swords.
It's...
I trust you'll take good...
Thank you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman?
This? It'll take more than that to earn us out, but we're up for the challenge.
A list of materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravost.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my part.
Then...
What do I owe the honour? I never, and if it hadn't been for you. So, what'll it be? That it? Fine.
Stew's awfully thin these days.
Farmers are abandoned.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Is that all?
Oh! There's no one like our Nan. Your lad's worth double the... And I've never... Be careful out there.
Have you tried Molly's lemon tarts?
Canva lost. It can't be true. Miss, can we read Miss Editor's story for our lesson today?
With Canva in the hands of a Akashic.
Ah, sir. Good, thanks.
I'll fit into this.
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid! And I ain't about...
It's fine, really.
Oh, don't say that.
You could just...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. And I reckon I know how. It's a metal, see?
Stretchy metal.
That is the... So? What do you reckon?
Thank you, Awatch.
Don't mention... And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Can't think of any right now, but... maybe even out there. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together.
They'll hardly believe...
Right then. Let's get back to work. These world-changing inventions ain't gonna invent themselves.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts? You earned this. All done?
Clive. How may I help you today? Of course. One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still...
Come back.
Good morrow to you, my friend. I have a few new notes that might interest you. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you. You wish to study the tomes? You are always welcome, Clive.
Mid said I can ride the Enterprise
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of pets.
Still alive, are you? If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Finished, are you?
Oh, the stew's awfully thin these days.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me.
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris.
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's rest. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was...
Did she?
Following up on some... Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about...
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the beastmen. I'll go and find her.
If she's not moved on already, yeah.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
There were ghosts at the gate, not Daisy. Those things I said before.
Oh, my wards and I may soon be with...
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders. Second only to his raiding, not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes...
And what does he want with North?
He wants to transform it into a foundation upon which to build anew. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall...
He would rob the populace to...
Believe me, I have used every means of...
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around.
How? By speaking, a man whose stated aim is to revive the Empire, Philippe's comrades. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they know. Any attempt to incite, but given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal for your services to Northreach? You have the respect of the soldiers. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty. Well?
I'll see what I can...
Thank you.
Tell me then. In the garrison?
Overseeing the troops.
All right. I may have met this duke before, at the Remembrance ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
Halt! Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass. But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt, and I shall see it reap. Tell me, is it well?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to...
Ah, you are worried the expanded garrison, yet you needn't be. A proud pride of place, in fact. But no more. For it is they who shall see the holy...
Why here, Your Eminence?
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the... which is more than can be said for Oriflamme. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe... with Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the reform, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would... Plans are already under... Soon enough, these thralls shall...
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town.
The people will do as... If Sandbreck is to be rebuilt, she will... One whose authority is... That is why this levy is... So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed out... And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I
suspect they're afraid of losing.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed...
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to...
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Grieger...
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. The citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, Let's begin with those on the other side of the wall. I've been hearing a lot of talk about...
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is...
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, just need his eminence to sod up.
All right there.
Just your opinion. I wondered what you thought of...
Not much. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to... Now he's trying to drive us out completely. Threatening to take everything. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town...
I heard the dame got an icon to rid the meadows of her.
A question. What do you think of the Duke of Orv?
Don't you build a life for yourself somewhere, earning for some noble to turn up if he thinks his name and his chains will do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Well, the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
You're the one who was talking to his...
On the dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take... What do you think of his plan?
I'm a soldier, mate. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the dame. That's where my loyalties lie, not with the town or the Empire. If the Duke can get us the men and the equipment we need...
I left every... As long as you remain, the veil...
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into... Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me up... Look, no one likes all these once Sandbreck is back on her feet.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of...
Well, I mean, look around us. You can... The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered, if you think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best... And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do...
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this. Captain.
For you? Certainly. Thank you for last. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oral. Do you intend to go along with it?
To tell you the truth, it's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people...
That's right.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either.
Thank you, Clive. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Well, duty call. Thanks again.
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that, if nothing else.
Clive, were you able to speak?
I was.
Well, it will certainly help, though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods they deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the... Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather... The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow, and not just because of the Duke's rank.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sambrek, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see... Thank you for trying.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it...
But why?
Because I realize what really matters. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to stand together. With you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us. That has always been Northreach's best. We have only to turn our attentions to the true... Thank you, Philippe, for showing...
Anything for you. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of them? I fear His Eminence has loftier task.
Not at all.
Wouldn't be the first.
There may be hope for Northreach, especially with men like you and Philippe. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke. In the stubborn, but I suspect I shall have to call upon your aid. Until then...
Until then...
Despite my repeated advances, His Eminence has proved...
What's happened? Can't...
Ah, Clive. You'll be pleased to...
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randalar, but I still have much and more to prepare. You couldn't do me a quick favor.
What is it this time?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask Elle how long we have and find out exactly how much faster I...
All right.
Thanks, Clive.
Don't blame yourself, El. This is their...
I know, but...
No buts about...
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from Act. The talks with the Republican Army have fallen. They've reached an agreement with the Silver People. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate, but the Consortium offered double what we did, and the Army jumped.
You had no opportunity to...
None at all.
El? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
But I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about the... How did the Consortium even find out?
It's not so surprising. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually. And at the price they pay, I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone?
Are you offering to be my... How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. Even if I fail to free these bears, someone needs to prepare the place and keep...
Oh, and that's me. Well... It looks like I'm from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has... She means to stay with us, then.
You have to trust.
You're right. And if El's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part. So I bid you farewell. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off.
I'll do my best. All right. To Randalar, then. Better not keep Eloise waiting. What's happened? God. What I wouldn't give for a hot...
Looks like this is the end of the road.
When are they gonna let us through?
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the
Here they are now.
You wish to consult with me?
I did. It's about the bet. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves.
You misunderstand. The Consortium had an interest in purchasing. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you, and so we resumed our...
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without... But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise, but the bearers belong to him. Now,
who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed. Even that's what you get when you deal with continent.
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is... They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard. And treat them like kings.
That does sound... no matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. And with it, my interest in joining your...
My associates will be sorry to hear.
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers, but their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to... I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more. And as soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was
You tried.
I did. And if what he said, they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The villagers, a pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and Theo and the others are trying to hold them off as best. They need help, and...
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just...
Hold on, Theo. I'm coming. Ready, girl? Time to fight. I can walk from here. Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village. But the whole...
We just have to pray he makes it out in...
I can do better than that. Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Where are you, Theo? Damn it. The ether's too thick. These creatures have already turned. I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does. Looks like it's found me. This thing's turned as well. This isn't going to be easy. Theodore, you had me worried for... We have to get you out of here.
I think it might be a little too late for that. Bearer or no, there's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore! Don't make me do this.
Stop it, Theo! Stop!
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you!
Elle.
Theodore.
Take care of my sister.
Theodore, wait.
Goodbye, Elle.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place. Against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. So that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. A late bloomer. In more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer my parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bond, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed and devoted myself to the family business. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night, and the choice I made, and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. If anything, I was the one who weighed.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to... I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. I need nothing more from... So I'll carry on doing what we do, bringing smiles to people's faces and to Theo's. This is the life I have chosen.
I've made a choice of my own, to continue helping you however I can.
Thank you, Clyde. Let's go on together then. For Theodore. The Crimson Caravans is my family business now, and I would not exchange it for the world. I brought Theo here to be safe, and I have never looked back since. The Crimson Caravans is my family business now, and I would...
Here, take a look at my wares. Of course. Take care.
Lord Rosfield, is there...
Perhaps. My brother said, have you learned anything of note?
Little and less.
I see.
Be assured, however, that we, even now, our archaeologians scour ruins in...
Fallen ruins, I take it.
Indeed. Ultima's thralls are oft as if protecting the secret.
Secrets we'd see.
Should our method, mayhap it would please you to observe some of our...
Would that be possible?
Of course. As perchance you are familiar with Kretov. I was due to visit my colleagues there to... If you would consent to do so in my stead, I'm sure that they would be on...
All right.
They will be most. Might I suggest you take the road through Titan's Wake? It will lead you straight to the village, after but a short walk.
Thank you.
I wish you a safe journey.
A village built around an airship. Sounds like another lost wing. I hope the inhabitants...
faster!
Time to fight. No holding back. Fly, Ambrosia. Enough of you, are there?
You'll pay for this. There may still be survivors. Shiva! Whatever that thing is, say it's their leader. Farewell. Should have stayed in the path. These must be Cyril's colleagues.
You have our thanks, stranger.
Who are you?
Ah, forgive me, I did not recognize you. We are archaeologians, tasked with surveying this site. Thanks to them, and to you, we were, for a mercy.
You call that a mercy? Your brothers might still be alive. Surely this survey wasn't worth dying for.
We are charged with a duty of the highest import.
And you think your dead brothers would agree with you?
I know they would. They gave their lives for the cause. Now, to what do we owe the honor of your presence?
Cyril told me of your work here, and I agree to collect your...
I see. That is most kind. Pray, take them then, with our humble... May the Firebird's flame burn...
It's one thing to lay down your life for another. But for a survey... I suppose I'd better get this back to Cyril.
Are you buying or selling? Anything else? Go safely.
The bearer of the burning quill is within.
Ah, aye. Here.
My thanks. I shall study them, and inform you forthwith if I discover aught...
Cyril, your survey party suffered losses which could have been avoided. Had the others not chosen to complete... Were these your...
No. Every Undying devotes his life to the service of the Phoenix.
Even when death is avoided...
My lord, I fear that the Undying have served the Phoenix for countless generations. And your opinion of we live to serve the Phoenix.
Cyril, I know that, but allow me to offer you a word of advice. It does not further the cause of the Phoenix to have his loyal followers provide your survey parties with an escort, that they might live to do their duty. Think not only of how you can serve the Phoenix, but how Joshua would want you to serve. Please.
I thank you, if you will permit me to respond. Our faith in his grace, and we of the Undying, will do what we believe is as first shield to the Phoenix.
I do.
Then we are of the same mind.
everything's back the way it was.
Take that, you lot!
Clyde!
I just wanted to see how the town's been.
Since all is absolutely wonderful. And firmly at the... Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord...
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalamil.
It's the mayor of Dalamil, but if the people wish me to lead them... Speaking of men, there may be a rather worrying one.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside that, and they have formed what one could, and they grow more awful.
We'll fight them all off just like last time, won't we, Lou?
Of course we will. If we continue, the longer we avoid face our best hope by finding, though, perhaps a certain lord.
How could I refuse?
Thank Victor will. I have him stationed.
I'll go and speak.
What's the difference between a lord and
A league of outlaws. Sounds like we have some competition. Still in Dalamil, Vic?
Ah, Sid.
I thought you'd have returned to Cosnes by now.
I did. Then I've developed something of a... And having worked so hard to see it saved from one, a sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't...
You're not the only one.
What does he want?
He asked for my aid in putting... And he said that you might be able to help me...
Then you've come at just the right time. There are more camps in there, but we must strike.
All right.
There's one upriver.
Leave it with me.
If those ne'er-do-wells want to band together, let them. There'll be no match for us.
Ready, go? Time to fight. That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle.
That's him! The one who killed Locke and Fingers! Take his head off!
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see.
No, but...
No.
What is it?
The whole town is saying that Lubor...
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits... Some of the children spotted him, and he was... And when Lubor felled him, without a crest...
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man... Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here.
You're right.
And now I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such... Well, it was...
We're sorry, Lubor, but we just couldn't and...
There's nothing to be sorry for. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing.
All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard. We need to do something. And convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
You're right. We should speak to her.
I'm glad you agree. I'm a Dalmec born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the town. Make Conrad and Natalie remember. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, I can't promise anything.
And that is...
Why are you taking the bearers?
Why do they always have to make such a...
You all along that he... Forgive me for disturbing you. I've seen your face...
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't... The rumours that he's a bear...
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I... But what if his wares? Bearer or no, his steel... In this at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not...
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all...
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us.
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home?
Perhaps. That is a question for the... And they will thank you not to get involved.
The townsfolk have made their minds up.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refuse to consider anything.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things...
All right.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
I assume the situation...
There's still hope.
But perhaps not in this lifetime.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them... We'll talk some sense.
No. And your efforts would be better.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie. That a blade is a... Yourself be true. That was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to her, and so must I be. I must... And now, I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have... For only united can they hope to stand against the threat. I'll need to make a suitably dramatic...
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who has ever come. We'll be all alone.
Trust me, little ones. It is for the best that I go.
How could it possibly be for the best? The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance.
I would not take it, Victor.
Over, you say. And so just like that, you're going to throw this town? I thought you were better than this, but it seems you had me fooled.
Victor.
Forget it.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's... but where are my manners? Here. Right then. I've packed...
If there's anything I can do...
I'll bear it in mind.
going to go with him. Why is everyone being mean to Lubor? He didn't do anything wrong.
Fetch! Now feel good, boy.
Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Oh.
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed along. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So...
I'd say so. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an imperial... She's dangerous, Sid. But...
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to...
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to... She asked me to join her at the Baum Archers. It's a wonder she still trusts me.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a band of Kurgan Blue couldn't break it.
Look, Daddy. Shani's so bright.
Clive, I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time. I'll keep providing them with what... But if East Pool's going to survive, it's as if those poor bearers, they've lived their whole lives in servitude. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest out. And if you're wondering why you, well, the Wagoneer's taking supplies at that. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it. But I think even he's starting to worry.
All right.
Thanks. Would there. That should be enough to keep them in Gazal Greens for a few...
Gazal Greens?
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. Better that than something that'll... And chocobos love 'em too, which is no small thing. When I say all of it, they ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. I'll go up there and show him my...
I'm sure you will.
Get them Gazal green seeds up to Sir Wade in East Pool.
I heard the Guardian saying we're supposed to grow our...
Ah, what brings you to...
A delivery.
These are Martha's keen to cut the aprons. I jest, of course. But they'd long since...
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the so that they'll be able to...
That's not a... These bearers had only recently escaped their bond. They know little of freedom, of provide. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear not that myself and the Guardians have been the best. It's about time we all start. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much.
The Horde! They're coming, Sir Wade.
Damn it all. I thought we'd have... Gather the men in the square. Send...
Yes, Sir Wade.
The Horde.
A Kashek. A veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the... We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size. I had hoped to...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they'd...
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Though they may not be trained soldiers like your Guardians. What help there?
You're right, my lord. I will... My friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
You would send us to the slaughter. To serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it. You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together. For Eastpool!
For Eastpool!
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Well, if it was numbers you will have...
Thanks to you.
Me?
Lord Rossfield, my le...
So what's the plan?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. Upon engaging with the Akashek, Each detachment will keep the creatures occupied.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm. With luck, that point will be the village, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool... I'd say you have both in abundance, Await. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must. We work together, each shielding the other that no man might fall. For Azari.
For Azari!
We've no time to argue, my lord.
And I will do as you are.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too, then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm. And here it comes. I will not let this village fall. Looks like that's the lot.
Lord Rossfield!
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An Akashic curl's been sighted on
Well, the better half of her got. So wait, how many...
Hard to say. My men I could order it.
No. You stay here too, Sir Wade. I'll go after the Curl. Join me only when East...
If you're sure. May the Founder
Come to tell me an Akashic Curl's heading towards the rest?
The Curl was sighted on Rhiannon's ride back towards Martha's Rest.
Run like the wind. With me, Torgal. Enough! All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield.
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. We were able to I have guardians posted around the village to... I hesitate to say it.
I think it might.
We saved... Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. You brought us together.
We never had nothing to call our own before, but now we do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade, but there's no doubt in my... We're free men now. We have to fight to protect...
And we shall. This is our home.
They'll have us...
Come on, then.
This village is...
They're not slaves.
No. Your father took pity on the... And I believe if he was still...
I believe you might be...
I shall remain here, my lord. And after all...
I think you'll find it's East Pudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud, or I'll have to pull my weight. Speaking of which, I ought to be...
Can we continue to...
Of course. And us, Rosette.
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you... I ain't paid you for delivering them.
All right.
Lord Rossfield, clearing the goblins from the Stillwind. There's one sight that I shall never forget. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor. But every time, I would think back to the look to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face,
So, Wade, you have always been a true... I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosette...
Thank you. I know the rest of the world will... Thank you again for all you have done for me and mine, my lord. You may rest assured that Eastpool will be safe.
Anything catch your eye? Thanks very much. Fare thee well.
The hero? It's lucky you came by when you did. Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you...
I just did what...
And it's only right. Take it before...
Thank you, Martha.
So, Eastpool's and a home to free bearers.
Well, it was your right.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers, though I suppose the rest didn't, but, you know, bearers living free like that. Old as I am to recall...
I take it you didn't always see eye to...
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do. In fact, that's how I met him. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow, and before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on it, told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could... And do you know what he did? And then I did the same. We made a pact that day.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same, just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, he certainly didn't lack...
Indeed, but the loftier one's ambitions. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like...
Suppose you're right. And if we don't manage it, good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the... It's almost enough to... Anyway, better get back to work. Let's see if the least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you...
That sounds like a one.
Don't worry, Clive. You went alone in this.
Are the bearers taking well to their new homes, you know?
Let's go. Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste. Lest any of you lackwits start talking like... I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is, and...
Yes, Mom.
Oh. It appears we have company. Kill him.
You're welcome to try. So much for your escort.
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I surrender.
Cid.
Ah, Doris. You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished, but casting your lot with this criminal...
Better fighting for a cause than killing for... I'm sorry, Cid. I should have told you. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be... She raised me like a daughter. And I did.
It wasn't all terrible. You were always so eager to learn. And had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the... But you proved yourself a master of both. How about it, my little dagger?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. To liberate the bearers of this... Farewell, master.
You always were, or perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be, and she no longer has friends in high places. The dame does, though. Her connect...
All right.
I am. And thank you for everything.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put coals...
Welcome back, Cid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from me.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway. Oh, and your letter.
I'd been hoping as much. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sambrek. Went quiet. She won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I hope so. You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so. Anyway, thanks again, Cid. The Curse Breakers will...
Keep up the good work, Cop.
covered in nicks and lumps. The lot of Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Come again. I may have more for you.
How are you feeling, Joshua?
Better than I was.
But not nearly as well as you should be. Your cuts and burns may have healed, but your body still bears the burden of every spell cast.
And what would you have had me do? It was no ordinary foe we faced. It was the Warden of Darkness. Yet still, it was not enough. The king could have ended me at any moment, but instead chose to toy with me like a curl does a mouse.
You underestimate yourself.
Oh, it was crystal clear. Only one man established his dominance that day, and that man was Barnabas. I'm sorry, brother. That was ill-spoken. It's just, I have never felt so powerless. And when so many are looking to us for strength, perhaps the prince feels the same.
What is this place?
Don't move.
Here, it's fresh from the well.
Grandmother told me spirits sometimes get lost, and that the lanterns guide them to their proper place. I set one on the river for her when she passed away.
fiend works from the shadows. Was it you who guided my hand then, Ultima? No, not you. This is my doing, my fault, my sin to bear. And for it, I must atone.
Your hurts are healing nicely. It was my poultices that saw you well.
You make them?
And sell them, or try to. Earns me enough for bread, most days.
Forgive me. I have nothing to...
I know, but I couldn't just leave you lying there. You're going then?
Of course. I'm healed. Thanks to you and your poultices.
Will you promise to come back and visit?
Well, Phoenix, it would seem that I owe you my wings.
Perhaps he can find an answer. You will be returning to Waloed soon, I gather.
I see no reason to wait.
Then neither do I.
I can think of a few, but I doubt they'll stop you. You will take your medicine.
Of course, Lady Daya.
Set on leaving already, are you?
How long will it take us to get back to Ash?
Dunno, about the same amount of time it took us to get here. Maybe less, if your uncle can find someone trustworthy to patch up the... All depends on where we're putting into port, Matt.
Yes. It's not as if we can put ashore wherever we choose. We have to assume that the whole of Ash is hostile. And that we'll be at...
Then we must find a place they won't think to look. And I have an idea who might...
The Professor! I'll go and tell you coming.
While you're plotting our course, I'll be in the shelves with your lawsman. I wish to pick his brains about Ultima.
Then I'll talk to Karen about supplies for the journey. They may not be easy to come.
Your brother's body won't take much more of this recklessness.
I do.
You've seen more of the world these past 5 years than most do in a lifetime. It's a shame you never had a moment to enjoy it. You've seen more of the world these past 5 years than most do in a lifetime.
I still say we're a compliment.
Ah, Clive, please tell me you've come to take our young...
I'm not here for Mid.
Then why not ask Molly if you can look in one of her ovens?
As soon as the Enterprise is ready. And we're going to need a safe place to land.
Preferably one that won't see my ship blown to shit and splint.
If it were that easy, do you think Waloed would have Very little is known of Ash. And the information we do... We have the good King Barnabas to thank for that. Waloed's borders have been closed if there is anywhere safe to land.
Then tell us what we will find. I'm sure you know better than...
But no split...
All right. But interrupt me. Barnabas Tham, the one they call the Last King. Understand him, and you will understand the kingdom of Waloed. Barnabas was only a boy when he arrived from beyond the southern seas, and barely a man before he united the ragged tribes of Ash. And having unleashed them upon the formidable Veldamark, he set his throne upon the ancient kingdom's ruins. The victory sent shockwaves around Valisthea, tales of Odin's might spreading through every court, parlor, and drinking hole in the realm. Note that this was in the year 843, and that the king still sits upon his throne some 40 years later, quite untouched by time. Waloed's recent inaction left many wondering if Odin had lost his appetite for war. And yet here we are. The Einherjar was committed to the fray, a bold declaration of intent. Orcs swarm around Drake's Fang, and throngs of Akashic haunt Canva's streets. Though how precisely the havoc they wreak serves Waloed remains unclear. Regardless, if the order to attack truly came from King Barnabas, then one thing is certain. Waloed has achieved the impossible, and made bedfellows of beastmen and the ether-addled alike. All of which is a roundabout way of saying that you will be in unknown territory when you set foot on Ash. Much of the continent has already been lost to the Blight, and what few ports remain will be fiercely guarded. And that is to say naught of its natural defenses. Offshore currents will cast an ill-equipped ship out to sea one moment, and dash it against the rocks the next. But then the Enterprise is anything but ill-equipped. And Mid has made land there before. Now, if only there were someone with an intimate knowledge of the Shadow Coast, and where a daring gentleman might put ashore. You see, Clive, you had the answer all along.
Do you think you can get us back to that beach, mate?
Picked you up from it, didn't I? Not that it were easy. The currents were right. But then, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be worth doing, would it?
Well said. Thank you, Lady Vivian.
If a few morsels of common knowledge and a sprinkling of tavern talk are worthy of your thanks.
Probably more visits. Mid, I need everyone in the ale hall now. I'll fetch Joshua from the shelves.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Clive, what is it that you wish to learn? Here's the latest information I have. One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Please, Your Grace. Stay strong. Ah, my Lord Marquis. Your companions are kind indeed. I must admit, but I see now. It was the greatest honor of my life. But now, so I bid you.
Yote, is anything the matter?
My lord, yes. It's your brother, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion on his chest pains him more with each...
I had feared as much.
There are certain elixirs which can ease the suffering of those...
But
his grace's case is severe. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades, and thankfully a recipe was found. And our supplies are... Unless we can secure more soon... My lord, I know that I have no right.
For Joshua. So?
A rare herb by the name of... It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counter... We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether has erupted from the earth there recently. The search continues for a new source.
So it's only that you can't reach it?
Well...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But...
You've yet to find another source, correct? Besides, I'm a dominant.
Well, stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around... I shall remain here and prepare...
Ready, go? Faster!
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our stonewort. Yote mentioned blood-red petals. Just Just my luck. Making anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it. Here it is. Better collect as much as I can before reinforcements arrive. All right. That should do it. Let's get these back to you. Let's go. Run like the wind. This won't be easy.
That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken. Get him!
Poor beast. There was nothing I could do.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them.
Yote, I brought back all the stuff.
Yes, my lord. I'm sure it will serve us and...
I'm very glad to.
You and His Grace are very much alike. You think only of how you might help others.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've risked a lot.
I am honored, but I beg you, my lord.
I'll keep that in mind.
You and your brother really are alike, my lord. Though selflessness...
Clive, I wanted to give...
What's this?
A chest of all the medicines you're ever... Seeing as you're so reluctant to come to the infirmary...
I'm sure it will be very helpful in Tyre. Try not to work too...
And work Rodrigue all the harder, you mean? He's a quick study. But I'll take that particular piece of advice when you heed it yourself. Besides, who else is going to see that your brother takes...
Who indeed?
I'm glad I was there for his final moments. He deserved the peace he chose.
Don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
The sound of ringing still. So we weren't. Who knows? So, what'll it be?
The stew's awfully thin.
I have no reason to assume otherwise.
Clive, you must listen to this. Lawsman, tell him.
Do you recall when we spoke before on the divinity of Ultima? Well, it inspired me, and what I discovered appears to agree.
You will recall that my quest to uncover Ultima's origins began with the mural at Phoenix, but while I've always known it to be important, its secrets have heretofore. Now, however, I believe I know where to find them all.
Master Clive, have you ever in your travels chanced to hear of the Circle of Malleus? I would think not, if you have. But there was once a time when the faith flourished, the oldest known religion in the Twins. And though its popularity eventually waned on Storm, hints of its dogma remain embedded in more modern faiths.
Wait, you said it waned on Storm. What of Ash?
Religious monuments are often torn down or repurposed when new, but if no new faith arose, then perhaps the ancient, and so, you see now why I must accompany you.
It would appear the past still has much to, though in this case, it would not have been possible without the musings of Moss. To think that you carried a copy of my old mentor's chronicles all along. I am relieved to discover it in good.
I shall guard it with my life.
Joshua, if you're finished here, join me in the ale hall. I need to speak to everyone before we leave.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lawsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mid said I could ride the Enterprise.
My apologies.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why. So I won't bother you with the boring details, only the important ones. If we attempt to approach Stone here by sea, there's a good chance we'll be sighted and fall prey to the capital's artillery. So instead, we'll disembark on the southwest coast and make for Drake's Spine on foot. I say we, but it's highly likely the entirety of Ash is under the rule of Ultima. A large party would only attract unwanted attention, as well as slow our march and require supplies which may be difficult to obtain. Only Joshua and I will be going. And a scout. Preferably a good one. Gav, do you know of any?
You bet your ass I do. Might still borrow some of Lady Vivian's maps, though. Just in case, like.
Once you've dropped us off at the Shadow Coast, you need to retreat into neutral waters, fly merchant colors, and stay inconspicuous. If you sense any danger at all, you leave us behind and return to Storm.
Inconspicuous is my middle name. But like hell am I leaving anyone behind. The ship ain't going nowhere till your scurvy mugs are smiling on deck.
Jill, the Enterprise will appear a tempting target for royalists and pirates alike. You're to stop anyone boarding.
Don't worry. I'll keep the ship and her crew safe. You'll be needing passage home, after all.
But... very well.
If there are no questions, I'll see you all at the docks.
Let me know when you're leaving. I want a word before you go.
Of course.
Hope adrift on foam-flecked peaks. Despair.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Hope adrift on foam. Flecked peaks. Despair.
How do you split the sea?
Is something wrong?
Not at all, honestly. Can't a man wish his friend farewell? Just wanted to let you know that I'll keep things in order while you're off saving the world.
I'll hold you to that.
That's it. Eyes forward and strike.
Come on.
Yeah!
You deserve a rest.
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a bandit.
Can hardly make it up.
This one's awake. Let's see what's inside.
I can walk from here. This is no time to ride. Ambrosia won't help me here. Seems this one.